Good morning. There's still a little bit in this morning. Good morning, everyone. Will the Housing and Land Use Committee meeting of July 1, 2026 please reconvene? It is 11:06 a.m. on July 6th. I am the chair of this committee, Nohelani U'u Hodgins. Members, in accordance with the Sunshine Law, please identify by name who, if anyone, is in the room, vehicle, workspace with you today, and minors do not need to be identified. Let's begin with Committee Vice Chair Batongan. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members.
Thank you. Councilmember Tom Cook, good morning.
Aloha, good morning, Chair.
Councilmember Gabe Johnson, aloha and good morning.
Good morning, Chair, council members, community members. There's no testifiers here at the, I'm alone on my side of the office. I'm here and ready to work. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Council Chair Alice Lee, aloha, good morning.
Aloha, ni hao, and
Ni hao.
to all of our Pake family.
Ni hao. Councilmember Tamara Paulton, aloha, ni hao.
Ni hao ma, aloha kakahiaka, kia ora mate. Streaming live and direct from Hilo. I have with me my mom, Mildred H. Paulton, her caretaker, Novi, my husband, George Vieira is not in, but he'll be. And then one unnamed minor. And one canine adult, Ha-Cha-Cha Paulton.
Ha-cha-cha. It's one of my favorite dog names I think I've ever heard. Councilmember Rollins Fernandez, aloha and good morning.
Aloha Awakia, Chair, Kako. Happy to be here in person, and aloha to Ha-Cha-Cha and the rest of the ohana in Hilo.
Such a good ring to it, right? Councilmember Shane Senensi, aloha. Good morning.
Loka Kaya Kakako and Adihauma here at the Hana District Office, and I'm alone on my side, and District Staff Member Mavis Medeiros is on her side of the office.
Perfect, thank you. And Councilmember Yukilei Sugimura, aloha, good morning.
Aloha. Good morning, everybody, and looking forward to a productive meeting. Thanks.
Thank you. From the administration, we have the planning director. Is she with us? Is she online? Okay, great. Ms. Jackie Takakura. In person, we have Deputy Planning Director Ana Lillis and Administrative Planning Officer Greg Post. Do we have Marcy Martin with us as well? Okay, great. The Director of Finance is with us, Marcy Martin. County Real Property Tax Administrator Carrie Stockwell. Deputy Corporation Counsel Nahulu Nunukawa, and Ms. Tarnstrom is with us as well. We have our HLU committee staff. Good morning, everyone. Please see the last page of the agenda for information on meeting connectivity. Oral testimony is already closed for both items on our agenda today, and written testimony will continue to be accepted. Members, we decided last week that we were taking both of those items up together for Resolution 110 and Resolution 111. Before we begin, I'd just like to note for members that we received planning comments on resolutions in writing. For HLU 18, the responses is item number 14 in Granicus, and for HLU 19, the response is number 10. So we're going to begin and continue deliberations. What I would like to do is go into executive session as discussed Wednesday afternoon. I wish it was yesterday. Perhaps maybe be in executive session until lunch-ish. So that's about an hour or so. And then take our lunch, hopefully take a shorter lunch, and come back to open session in the afternoon. If that's okay with you folks. I see Member Johnson's hand is up. I know Member Paulton has a flight to catch as well. I think around 4:20-ish, 4:30-ish. So hopefully we'll be done with that before she departs Hilo. Member Johnson?
Just inform everybody I have a 1 o'clock appointment today, so
Okay.
I'll be trying to spin some plates. I'll still be available in the afternoon, but I have to step out.
Okay, totally fine. Thank you. Thank you very much. Does anybody else have any thoughts, or is that okay with everybody? Is that okay? What about planning and corp counsel? Is that okay for you folks to be with us? Okay, thank you so much. Do we have any questions anybody would like to ask before we go into executive session? Member Paulton.
Thank you. Just seeing if my ASF was distributed.
Yes. Did you folks get it online? Did we send it online? We emailed it to you folks online as well. Please let me know if you didn't get it.
And so a little bit more subjective than 5 or less is just single ownership properties. And I think we also did variances, which a lawyer for, I think, Kalimahina Surf said that they also have a variance. And then the ones with 100% timeshares. Although those ones were exempted, I think we did hear from planning on Wednesday that, you know, for cleanness, for easier interpretation by the public and future staff that may not have this type of institutional knowledge, it would be easier that they were in the H3, H4. So I just wanted to give a little explanation as to that variances were included. And then since I made the ASF was contacted, I think Kalimahina Surf could be added to the variance list.
Okay.
100% timeshares and then single ownership properties was just a little bit more objective
Yep.
a criteria than subjective a criteria.
Thank you. Yes, please, go ahead. Charlie.
So Member Paulton, if we had a running total, what would that total be at this point? Or maybe the chair knows.
Shucks, I didn't do a running total, but I think more important than running total is valuations, you know, if your concern is tax revenue, because if there's more of the cheaper ones on the market, then the tax revenue isn't impacted as much. But we can do that analysis for you before first reading or something.
Or in 10 minutes.
Been a little busy over here, sorry.
Sorry, James was stealing my attention. I didn't hear your conversation. What was that?
I thought maybe you had, when you got her ASF, that you added it to your, number.
Oh.
So now we
She
have.
got it the same time as everyone else because Sunshine Law.
Yeah, I'm only looking at this now, but I do see that she has added 3 properties to the single ownership category, Aloha Villas, Wailea Inn, and Lahaina Beach Club, as well as included the variances and allowed uses, which are 4 more, perhaps 5 more units, although they were already allowed to continue to use their TVR because they're not Bill 9 affected. It is for cleaner, so that would have to be considered as well. I do not have a running total for the amount.
Maybe
of
staff
units.
can do it later.
But we can do it later for
Okay,
sure.
thanks.
And we can probably take into consideration all of Member Cook's ones because I didn't take into the consideration for that. And I see that Member Sinensi also has an ASF. Member Sinensi, did you want to brief us on your ASF as well? It's pretty straightforward.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. We have 1 apartment zoned in East Maui, the Hanakai Resort. And so that was the ASF I would be proposing today, Chair.
Thank you. And before we go into executive session, I just would like to remind the members as well as people watching online that I did ask Nahulu, our Deputy Corporation Counsel Nunakawa, what happens to the units that were not informed by a letter via finance as codified in Bill 9, and what happens to the properties that are not listed on the Minatoya list and where do they land? And Member Rollins Fernandez had a couple questions I think she wanted to ask in executive session as well. I was told to explain why we're going to go into executive session. Did you want to give us a quick overview of some of your thoughts? Because apparently we have to do it, and then we'll go into executive session.
No, I think you covered it. I don't-
Okay.
Yeah, just consulting with our attorneys.
Exactly, thank you. So I would like to entertain a motion to convene an executive meeting in accordance with Section 92-5A4 Hawaii Revised Statutes to consult with legal counsel on questions and issues pertaining to the tower powers, duties, privileges, and immunities and liability of the county, the council, and the committee. Do I have
So
a-
moved.
Thank you. I have a motion made by Chair Lee, second by Member Cook, to enter into executive session for Resolution 26-110 and 26-111. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Chair, there
Aye.
are 9 ayes, no nos. Motion carries.
Thank you very much. For the record, the following personnel will be attending this executive session meeting. All council members in attendance, including myself, Committee Chair Nohe U'uhajins, Committee Vice Chair Kaunoi Batangan, Councilmember Tom Cook, Councilmember Gabe Johnson, Council Chair Alice Lee, Councilmember Tamara Paulton, Councilmember Keani Rollins Fernandez, Councilmember Shane Sinanci, and Councilmember Yukile Sugimura. Office of Council Services staff will include Ms. Carla Nakata, Legislative Attorney, and Ms. Jennifer Yamashita, Committee Secretary. And from Corporation Counsel, are we going to have Deputy Corporation Counsel Nahulu Nunukawa and Deputy Corporation Counsel Christian Tarnstrom? Okay. And then at this time, are you guys going to stay as well? Okay, we will see you after lunch then. Okay, at this time then, I'm gonna call for a 10-minute recess to 11:27 a.m. and we will convene an executive meeting. We are now in recess. Good afternoon, everyone. It is 1:54, and will this HLU committee please reconvene? We left an executive session, and we are now in open session. So before we continue, Carla, can you please give us a quick overview of our executive session?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Your HLU committee met in an executive meeting to discuss the rights and liabilities of the council, the committee, and the county. Apart from that discussion, there were 3 topics that came up during executive meeting that it was determined may be more appropriate to be discussed in the open session. One was a general topic of the effect of the TIG's recommendations. The second was who was not notified by the Department of Finance that the Finance Department may have subsequently become aware of. And the third had to do with phasing of possible future resolutions. That's it, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think Member Batongan wanted to clarify our ability to potentially change the language in the resolution to reflect the community plan. And our response, and we'll say it for the record, is that because we had the Minatoya list of all potential properties to be laterally moved over into H3, H4, that was allowable. Maybe, Carla, if you could just confirm for me, or Nohulu could confirm for me, Member Batongan's request to double, triple check.
Thank you, Chair. That's staff's understanding is that because properties were listed on Exhibit 1 to the agenda, they were appropriately noticed for possible consideration for inclusion in either of the committee's posted resolutions.
Thank you. Members, if you don't mind, I know we did take it both items up at the same time, but if we could begin with 110 and center our conversations regarding those list of properties, and then we will move over to 111. Member Paulton is with us for a short bit before she boards her flight, so I'm going to give her the opportunity to ask questions or begin discussion related to 110 or her ASF. Member Paulton, can you hear us? Would you like to say anything? Oh, and for the record, for Sunshine Law record, would you please just acknowledge where you're at? Okay, we will hold up Member Paulton's question. Member Cook, why don't I give you the opportunity then? Oh, there she is.
Chair, just for the record, I'm in my home office here by myself.
Thank you. Thank you. I see both you and Member Johnson are in the same location, sort of, that we left you at. Only Member Paulton seems to have changed. Member Paulton, did you want to, I know you have to board a flight soon. Did you want to say anything about Resolution 110 or your ASF as it relates to Resolution 110? I know you have to board your flight.
Nothing additional to what I said this morning, except that I'm in a public location at the Hilo International Airport. Sorry you guys went through the X-ray screener just now.
That was the closest I've ever seen it. That was fun. Okay.
I don't have anything else to say.
Okay, sounds good. Member Cook? Okay. Did you want to add anything for your ASF as it relates to Resolution 26-110?
I'd like to confirm that all the members have it from last week's meeting.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So basically, my amendments would add one-time share and 3 leasehold properties to the proposed bills attached to Resolution 26-110. These properties are noted on agendas Exhibit 1. That's basically it. Want me to keep going? That's the essence of it.
Okay. Okay, I have it here. I'm sorry, my mic wasn't on. We are going to have a 3-minute discussion period. Does anybody want to begin with any questions relating to Resolution 110? If not, I would like to just note that we did provide you a list that broke down the properties by category. That was a separate distribution that you got on Wednesday morning. As it reflects in the resolution, they are broken down by what they currently are zoned as. So you'll notice multifamily for 110 and residential, and those two groupings to hotel. And then for the handout that we gave you, you'll notice that the timeshare properties, those lists include Maui Hill, Maui Sunset, Kuleana 1, Kuleana 2, Paki Maui 3, and Paki Maui 1 and 2. Those are the timeshare units. The leasehold units are Honokai, Lauloa, Ma'alaya, Ma'alaya Kai, Milawai, Ma'alaya, Kahana Outrigger 1, 2, and 3 if it goes through for planning department, as well as Hale Mahina Beach Resort, Hale Onoloa, Maui Sands 2, aka Maui Sands Seaside, and Ka'anapali Royal. For the properties, at least on, again, mine, that's a little bit different from Member Paulton's. For the units with one singular owner and was at that time under 5, include Mai Wai Beach Cottage, Indo Lotus Beach House, property at 2131 Ili Ili Road, Kihei, 1194 Ulunio Road in Kihei. These don't have names, that's why I'm listing out the street address. 1178 Ulunio Road in Kihei, Villa Moana, Kapu Townhouse, Waiahuli Beach Duplex, and another property at 1470 Halama Street. So those are the breakdowns then. Do we have any discussion related to those units as I've listed out? Chair Lee.
Going to have a discussion before the motion?
That depends on everybody else. I didn't necessarily make a motion yet, but if we have any further discussion or any questions related to those, now would be the time to ask.
Okay. I have nothing.
Do you have any? I see your mic's on, Member Cook. Do you have anything? And then I saw Member Rollins Fernandez raise her hand. And Member Paulton. Go ahead.
So I can move to amend Resolution 26-110 if it's the appropriate time. I thought we were going to discuss.
I would like to just have a bit more discussion and then happily take your amendment. Member Paulton, sorry, Member Rollins Fernandez, do you mind if I call on her because she does need to leave? Member Paulton.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member Rollins Fernandez. I did hear what Member Cook was saying, I think about 1 timeshare and 3 leasehold. And I believe Kauhale Makai was the timeshare is Kanaia Nalu Kahana Village and Maui Sands leasehold. And does he have the breakdown of how many of the units are leasehold, like how on your paper, like it said, 2 units or 4 or 8?
Member Cook, do you have the breakdown of information on your proposed amendments for the 110? Do you have it with you? Can you share that with us? Yeah.
And then the one other question I had for my ASF,
Yeah.
I spoke to Mr. Uyoka, and he said that Mahina Surf, I guess that's 111 if we're taking it up the same time.
Okay.
He said that Mahina Surf had a variance. And so we're thinking that the planning department is going to vet and verify that in all the information. And if that's true, I would like to move Mahina Surf onto the variance list.
Okay. Thank you.
Chair.
Yes.
I just spoke with the planning department about this, and they have additional information on that specific property.
Sure.
Yes, thank you. You know, we've been coordinating with some property owners, and we've confirmed 2 properties that are on the chair's list as having a valid variance, but Mahina Surf had also approached the department, and we looked back at that approval of that variance, which was back in the 1960s, and that was not to allow TVR. Instead, that variance was to allow an increase in density for that property, but not anything related to transient vacation rental. So subsequently, we've let Mahina Surf know in the past from the departments, let them know that they are not eligible or exempt as a variance.
Okay. Where is my? Okay, thank you.
I'd like to cancel the request then in that case to put Mahina Surf on the variance list unless they have other new documentation that the planning department hasn't vetted.
Okay. Heard. Thank you very much. Okay, does anybody, James, sorry, did you need me for something? Okay. Does anybody else have any other, I actually have a question for planning. So we heard through testimony that Hale Onoloa is no longer a leasehold property. Actually, maybe it's not for planning. Maybe it's for finance. Do we have finance on or RPT? Oh, great. Thank you so much. Can you please confirm if Hale Onoloa is still considered a leasehold property? Do they have a ground lease still?
According to the data that Real Property was gathering for your correspondence,
Yes.
it looks like there are 2 of the units are still leasehold. So typically what happens when the lease fee owner decides to sell is maybe the association will buy out the ground lease, and then those individual owners who don't buy out will still remain leasehold. You know, maybe they didn't have the money to buy it out. So it looks like Hale Onoloa has 2 units that are leasehold.
Okay. Thank you. I guess for some insight into the TIGS process when we discussed leaseholds for the benefit of you folks, we were looking at it through the lens of attempting to have more attainable and affordable condos for sale, not necessarily for rent, as this body permits those, and we help subsidize brand new rentals all the time for affordable units through our HUD process. So we were looking at this to purchase units, which is when we discussed how it can be difficult to obtain a mortgage for a property that has less than 35 years less on their lease. So it's the typical mortgage of 30 plus 5. You'll notice that majority of them have that except for the Kahana Outrigger. And we provided for you folks, or I think maybe Member Cook did, a list of when they have to renegotiate. So they renegotiate often through this time. Also, it was less arbitrary to provide you guys the entire list of leasehold properties instead of just a couple. I would also like to add, during our conversation, the idea of getting a mortgage for a condo is a little bit different than for a leasehold property than when you do for a single family home or in like a trust document where the trust owns the land and it's provided to you affordable in perpetuity, and then you own the house. And it is slightly different when you have an organization that owns the property and you own a unit in a larger building. It becomes a little bit more difficult. Oh, sorry, I'm gonna just ignore that real quick. And then for the timeshares, okay, sorry. I'm just gonna explain, like maybe just have a couple of things to add. For the timeshare units, Member Paulton added, which I didn't do, but I'm happy to accommodate. we didn't add on this list the one that had 100% of the units because those are not Bill 9 affected because timeshare units are not Bill 9 affected. But we wanted to incorporate the properties. Member Paulton's amendment moves those in. I want to state that if those go through her recommendations and her ASF, whether or not they actually attain H3 and H4, that doesn't change their allowable use. So this will be for just records keeping and to be consistent, but they still can operate now. We added timeshares in Bill 9 is not Bill 9 affected, and we discussed with Corp Counsel allowing the properties as well. Regardless of how many units are timeshares, we included those properties. And then for the properties with a single family or single owner or less than 5, they kind of didn't really fit the priority of creating affordable housing or attainable housing because we didn't assume that the single family person or the single owner would sell at an affordable price for anybody to buy a unit. And that was kind of our thinking for those. And I just wanted to put that out. I know I said all of those things in the TIG, but it's been a long time and we're all inundated with all kinds of things all the time. So I just wanted to remind you folks kind of the work we did. I know for some of us, we were in the TIG and some of us were not, but. Do we have any questions related to Reso 26-110? 110, that's the timeshares, leaseholds, and as it is on mine, properties with under 5.
Chair?
Member Cook, and then we'll go
Okay.
to Member Rollins-Fernandez.
So I guess my question is, what's the determination of the threshold for whether we're considering a leasehold or not? I understand your description. There could be 2, there could be 14, could be a variety. Is there are we making a determination, or has there been a determination made at what the threshold and the determining factor is, whether they are, quote, on the leasehold list, subject to rezoning for H3 and H4 because?
I did not.
Okay.
I included all that were leasehold.
Okay. No, thanks. I was just making sure I didn't miss anything.
Yeah,
So,
no worries. Thank you.
thank you.
Member Rollins-Fernandez, please.
Mahalo, Chair. Kind of similar question as Member Cook. For leasehold, we talked about, so, there's several parcels, like Maui Sands, like 100%
Yes.
of them are leaseholds.
Yes.
And then, the ones like Ma'alaya Kai is 2 out of 79, the one that you were just talking about. Potentially 2 out of the 67,
For
even though the
Honolulu.
testifier
Yep.
said those 2 are no longer there. So I don't know who has the more updated information, finance department or the testifier. But we had talked about what should be the qualification for a leasehold. And it seems like, a lot of them are 100%.
Yep.
The ones here. And the other ones are just like a few. So maybe similar to the 100% timeshare, 100% leasehold.
Is that what you want to see? Sorry to clarify.
Yes.
Okay, so for the 100% timeshare, those are just not Bill 9 affected.
No,
Yeah,
that wasn't my question. For
Okay.
leasehold, what should be the criteria?
That I didn't create, and I with the TIG didn't discuss, so I
Oh,
didn't.
yeah. That's my proposal.
Yep. Great question. I don't necessarily have one. We can discuss that now. To make it less arbitrary, when I did my reso, I just put that all out there and we can
Yeah.
discuss in an open forum of
Yeah.
what that may look like. I know Member Paulton had a very similar question too. So I guess by that then, what is the criteria you would like to see for
100% leasehold.
100% leasehold? That's what you said, okay.
Yes.
Okay, does anybody have any discussion for the 100% leasehold? Chair Lee, go ahead.
What's the downside of that?
Like legally? Or
From a practical point of view, what is the downside of that, not including them? So they would have to apply individually? Is that their fallback position?
Their fallback position, so the property in itself would have to apply individually if we were to remove them off the list. As well as those units would be difficult to mortgage. For Lauloa Ma'alayo, which on this list is probably, that's not 100%, that has a bigger portion of their properties, their units on that property that's leasehold. So we've got 47 units and 10 are leasehold. So you're left with 37 that's not leasehold. Those 10 leasehold units.
Which property are you talking about?
Lauloa Ma'alaya. Do you have my list?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. So on my list, that leasehold properties, it does provide a breakdown of the total units and the total leasehold units. And I'm just using that as an example because that one has the biggest percentage of leasehold units that's not 100%. So those properties, those leasehold units would be difficult to mortgage, especially because their units, their leasehold, will expire in 2039.
Unless it's terminated sooner.
Unless it's terminated sooner for whatever reason.
Or extended.
Or extended. And those are the options, right? We're not the owner. Who knows what's going to happen? That was the basis for our discussion in the TIG. And so we can do exactly what Member Rollins Fernandez suggested or not. We could do whatever, but that's my answer.
I wish we could talk to somebody who is in this situation, that would be helpful. Some real estate
Would you want to
expert.
ask finance that question maybe?
Well, somebody who has practical experience, whether it being a property owner or a real estate broker.
Okay, that's who we had in our TIG, and that's what was told to us. So those units are difficult to mortgage. Those 10 units.
Chair, and
Yes.
we did have testimony from Ms. Ness, Lahaina Community Land Trust, who does leaseholds, and said that for many banks like ASB, they do mortgages to leaseholds.
Yep,
It's
for
not-
30 plus 5 years. And
Well,
in
no,
this,
they said 15.
yeah,
Yeah.
but those are a little bit different because the property is owned by the trust. So those are a little bit more guaranteed than when you have this situation where the property is not owned by the trust. So I agree, and I do think there's a little bit of nuance. And each property is absolutely different. Yeah,
One more question.
go ahead.
Okay, so for the 10 property owners here in this particular situation,
Yeah,
their option would be to accept things the way they are or get an extension on their lease and apply for a change in zoning?
not the units. So all properties would be affected. All 47 properties would be affected.
All 47?
All 47 properties would be affected, yes.
Okay, thank you.
More than just the leasehold units. The leasehold units are difficult to mortgage. The other non-leasehold units are less difficult to mortgage because those aren't leasehold properties.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Member Batangan.
Thank you, Chair. Can you guys help me understand the leaseholds issue that we're debating now? So my understanding of a leasehold property is when you own the building, but you lease the land, correct? So
Typically,
Okay, so for these apartment units, how does it?
you
how is
own
it
the
that-
unit.
Yeah, how is it that some units are owned outright and some are leased?
Let's ask finance that question.
They buy out the ground lease.
They can buy out
For
the
unit.
ground lease, is what Member Paulton said. But we can ask Director Martin.
Yes, that is the case, that typically when the original leased fee owner can sell their position, and some people may buy it out and some people may not. So sometimes you'll see that because that interest is for sale, now, if it's still leasehold, an outside party from the open market may have bought that position. So they'll buy that income stream with the reversion. So it's a variety, but it is possible. It is possible for people to create their own leaseholds within their family too.
Okay. I guess I'm asking because I didn't quite understand the answer that was given to Chair Lee when it came to the question of like, what does us rezoning or not rezoning this mean for these individuals? Because we're rezoning the property, not the individual units, correct? So when it comes to rezoning these, if we take the position that we're only going to do a county-initiated change in zoning for those that are 100% leasehold, what is the rationale for taking that approach? And then what does it mean for the units that do not have 100% leasehold? So my understanding for what that means for those who do not have the leasehold is that they will have to apply just like anybody else on their as individual applicants. But what I'm not clear on is the rationale for dividing them out.
Would you like to ask Member Rollins Fernandez for her thoughts on that, why she would like to do that?
Can you repeat what he just said about the rationale?
Yeah, so I guess I don't understand the rationale for separating the properties that are not 100% leasehold units out from the council or the county-initiated process.
Oh, I have an answer, but I'll yield to Member Rollins Fernandez.
Member Holton, you can go since I'm sitting here and
yeah,
you
go ahead, please share.
Moving around.
For me, it would be that, you know, like we said, there's more than one reason to do this, but primarily we want to give people an opportunity for housing. And so doing a council-initiated change in zoning for a property that has like less than 25% leasehold units is lessening the chances of people that may want to buy it. Like some folks stayed at Hale'onoloa as FEMA tenants and they want an opportunity to purchase it, or whatever property that has only like less than 25% leasehold. And so we would be, as the council, precluding that opportunity for a small percentage of leasehold properties. That would be my answer, but maybe Member Rollins Fernandez has another reason.
Similar. And so since I have the paper in front of me, we're discussing Hale'onoloa, for example. And that one has 67 total units, 2 potential leaseholds. But, you know, as we mentioned, the testifier said that those no longer exist. And in 2015, 70% of those 67 units were owner occupied. So not that long ago, people were living there. So it's not like we're taking vacation rentals that were always vacation rentals. These were houses. These were where people lived. So as Member Paulton said, for those, like this is the reclaiming of housing that was taken from our housing inventory, our housing stock, and getting them back into residential inventory again. Because we lost housing because the people who can pay the highest for it are the people who are gonna commodify the units. So it's giving our residents that chance again, because right now they can't compete with people who are gonna commercialize and just profit off of the units. They're just looking for shelter.
Yeah, thank you. That does help clear things up. I guess I'll share my line of thinking on this, and that it's that I would first look to, I think it was Exhibit 2 from the TIG report on what the council had initially indicated that they were going to.
Not council, TIG.
Sorry, the TIG initially indicated that it was going to consider for these rezonings. And then I would look to the characteristics of the properties themselves. This being one of them, but there are others that were used to determine whether or not properties should be converted. And I guess that this is a data point for consideration, but I think there are others that have been floated that I would also like to weigh. And it's hard for me to understand. It's hard for me to make that that analysis with just the data in front of me. So I guess I think I have some work to do in understanding the properties that we're debating now, because I would want to weigh other considerations along with whether or not it's 100% leasehold versus not. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Member Paulton, I see your hand is up.
Yeah, and I would be supportive of Member Batangan or anyone else with the analysis to visit Hale'onoloa or other properties that they're questionable about. I wasn't able to go through because they do block access to their beach, but funnily enough, they don't block access to their elevator. So I went up in the elevator to the top floor and was able to get a pretty good overview of the property, and it would be a lovely place for people to live year round, and kind of reclaim shoreline access as well.
Thank you. Chair Lee.
Since the TIG's Exhibit 2 list was well publicized, and it's relevant to Bill 9 and what we're doing today, do you recall how many people, property owners, actually requested not to be included on either of these resolutions?
Oh, 0 so far.
0. Okay.
For people who, I put out the resolution for, who has said they did not want to move to H3, H4?
Yes.
Yeah, none of them.
None of them. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question for finance. We heard from planning that there is a third Kahana outrigger that the TIG didn't initially consider, but it is a leasehold property. I'm wondering if you could provide me the information on the total units and the total leasehold units.
Chair, that property that wasn't included, the one, they weren't necessarily because of the leasehold, it was because of their proximity to the ocean.
Right.
The one that wasn't included was because of the proximity was back towards the road for that TMK.
Right.
And I think the leasehold on that was through 2071, so with a third year plus 5. I understand the lease negotiations are more current, but I imagine not being able to do short-term rental would figure into the negotiations. And those also I would encourage members to visit. Lovely place to live, and really spacious. When they say, oh, this wouldn't make sense for anyone to live long-term, parking, all the things.
I'm asking because if we do switch our criteria, or rather, if we do solidify that our criteria is going to be leaseholds 100%, then I guess that would be the criteria. But if member...
Yeah, I'll go to 100% if we take out those 25% or less.
Okay. Director Martin? It's loud. Can you turn it down a little bit? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So we did the research on the properties that were on the list. So that you said that Kahana outrigger was on the list?
It was on the Minatoya list, but not the TIG list. Do you have that information?
Okay, I think in this case, you should probably put it in writing to us, and we can get that for you very quickly, but just so that there's no confusion.
Sounds good. Can we send a letter to clarify the amount of units in the third non-TIG listed 4? Oh, it's 4 units?
Yeah.
Do they have 4 Greg, do they have 4 units in total and then 4 leasehold? And they can double check?
I apologize, I don't know the leasehold amount, but I know that they're 4 units. for
They're
that-
only 4
that missing
units.
one.
Can you please provide us the, I guess we could look for it, the third address, and then let's send it over to finance, so we can be consistent in our application for leaseholds.
Yeah, my recollection is they had 3 TMKs. One TMK had 8 leasehold units total, 8 units total, 8 leasehold, 4 units total, 4 of them leasehold, and then the third TMK had 4 units total, 4 leasehold.
And 4 were leasehold, if you could remember. Remember, Paulton? Okay. Okay.
Yeah, they all were leasehold with a 2071 lease. And
Okay. Sounds good. Any other questions? Member Senency.
Thank you, Chair. And so we're just looking at the Kahana outrigger because it has a leasehold period of over 10 years
No.
remaining? Did you want one that had like a longer leasehold time? Because
Right
you
now,
said it was hard to get a mortgage on a shorter leasehold time.
yeah, it is harder to get a mortgage on a shorter leasehold time. Right now, we're discussing potentially amending the resolution to remove the leasehold properties. That was Member Rollins Fernandez's suggestion of properties that are not 100% leasehold, which on the 2610 reso would include 1, 2, 3 removal of 4 parcels potentially. Out of the
And-
1,
and
2,
keep-
3, 4, 5,
and
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, potentially 11.
But keep the 100%, but some of them have a leasehold remaining on them of less than 10 years.
Yes.
But just for criteria, you would still want to keep the 100%.
That was Member Rollins Fernandez's,
Okay.
that's a lot of S sounds. That was her suggestion for discussion,
Okay, thank you.
of course. Any other discussion? I'm okay to probably remove Hale Onoloa because we heard in testimony that they're not leasehold, even though we are getting conflicted advice. But I would be okay with removing that one at least. The rest, I would be okay with sending to the planning commission for discussion. Member Paulton, and then Member Rollins Fernandez.
sure, I would be okay with 100% leasehold and taking 75% leasehold and above would be
Sorry, that was loud.
where I would go. Like if you want to add on this Kahana outrigger because it's 100% leasehold, I would be okay with it. Say 75% and above leasehold, make it on the list to transmit to the planning commission.
Oh, sorry, my mic was off. Okay, I heard you. Thank you. Member Rollins Fernandez, I saw your hand go up.
Mahalo, Chair. And that, I mean, whatever, that's fine. For me, I said 100% just because that's clean. It wouldn't unfairly, remove one and not another, like Ma'alaya Kai that has 79 units and only 2 potential leaseholds units. And we're 32% owner occupied in 2015. So, I mean, I think that also matters, like the amount of units that were used as residential and not just vacation rental. And I know the purpose was, apartment was for a mix initially, but our residents just, you can't compete with someone who's gonna be paying for the commodification off of housing, profiting off of housing instead of just living in it. So if the majority wants to go with 75%, whatever. There was one more point, but I don't remember right now. Oh, okay, that was the thing I was going to say. So it just means it's not on this list now. I know, like, to Chair Lee, she asked, so what happens now? Do they have to go by themselves? Like, no, there's, like, other options. They just wouldn't be on this particular list right now. And the number of units that are leasehold doesn't mean it'll always be leasehold. It's just, conditions are constantly moving, so. The hope is, with this continued movement toward prioritizing our residents' need over the, profiteering for people who don't even live here, that the units would eventually become more affordable. Not affordable necessarily, but more in reach for our residents than they are after, especially like COVID. Where a lot of people scooped up a lot of units and started profiting off of 92% don't even live here. Hello, Chair.
Thank. Do you have a document that shows you? Would you mind? Yeah. Oh, okay. Oh, thanks. Okay. I was just trying to look at when she said at 2015 it was 63. Shucks, I wrote it down on the other paper. What percentage it was for?
You talking about the Ma'alaya Kai?
Yeah.
32%.
32% owner occupied.
And Nilawai Ma'alaya was 50.1%. That one's 100% leasehold, but over half was owner occupied in 2015.
Mm-hmm. Member Cook, on your potential ASFs, do you have a breakdown of what is on the leaseholds and what is on timeshares? Like a quick just graph reference?
Yes,
Or can you tell us?
Kahale Makai 13 are timeshare units,
Oh, yeah. Okay, so that one is timeshare.
but there's 13 units. That gets into the percentage basis. Kahana Village is leasehold. Maui Sands is leasehold.
Okay.
And Kahana'i Nalu is leasehold. So the one timeshare, 3 leaseholds.
Okay. Do you have a breakdown of the units and the units that are also leaseholds, the properties?
80 units on Kana'i Nolu.
Okay. Okay.
42 units on Kahana Village, and 56 units Maui Sands 1, and 20 units Maui Sands 2.
Okay, I have Maui Sands 2 on here. Okay. That's the total units?
Correct.
And then, do you know how many leasehold units are in those total units?
Those are all, no. Well, the ones, I just looked them up, and basically, Kahana Village appears to be all leasehold. Maui
Okay.
Sands appears to be all leasehold.
Okay. Do you know about the other one, Ka'iakanalu?
Not yet.
Kana'ianalu? Okay. Okay. Leaseholds.
3 leasehold, 1 timeshare.
Okay. Did you want to make a motion?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, Member Cook. Oh. Oh, yeah, sorry. My brain is a little bit frazzled. I didn't even have my notes in front of me. I was looking at something else.
We need the main motion first, right?
Yes, 1 second.
Chair.
Yes.
While you're looking for your notes.
Uh-huh.
So did we make a decision on what the criteria is going to be for the leasehold properties?
We did not vote on that, no. I don't know if we've made a decision either. I figured I couldn't do a straw poll and we would have to go into voting.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, in the TIG, we were able to just kind of do that, but then now in Sunshine, I think, do we have to wait too?
I don't think that's a straw poll.
Okay.
I mean, as we discussed, it would be like whatever our criteria is going to be. And
Okay.
then that's what's going to be on
Okay,
the
and you
list.
want the criteria, though, to be 100%. And then Member Paulton said 75 or above. Yeah, so we may have to just take it to a vote. Okay. At least that'd be easier for me to
I
remember.
can support 100% and above as well.
Okay. 100% and above, 101. I like it. Absolutely all leasehold. I like that doubling down. Okay.
Is this-
Thank you, members. So
Is-
first, I'm going to entertain a motion to adopt a resolution 2610 with incorporating any non-substantive revisions. Okay, I have a motion made by Member Sugimura. Hold on, I like to take my notes. When we do my notes, can we put a section for the motion so I can write it down? Because I like to remember. I have a second by Member Cook. Any discussion? Before, and then we're going to obviously make motions. Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. For the leasehold properties, I move for the criteria to be 100% or more leasehold.
Okay, do we have a second? Member Paulton?
Second.
Okay, I have a motion.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion on the floor to make the criteria for leaseholds 100%. I have a motion made by Member Rollins Fernandez and a second by Member Paulton. Discussion, Chair Lee.
I'd like to amend that motion to be 75%.
75%. I have a motion. I'm just gonna remember all this. Okay, a motion on the floor to amend the amendment to 75%. Do I have a second? Second for discussion by Member Sugimura. Chair Lee, do you have discussion?
Yeah, I think it's fair to those who are in the minority who really don't have a voice here today. Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to give the seconder an opportunity. Go ahead, Member Sugimura.
This discussion is good because I was not in your TIG.
Mm-hmm.
But what did you say in the TIG the percentage should be, or what was the
We did
discussion?
not discuss a
So
percentage.
it would
in the
be
TIG.
anybody, everybody. That's why you put all of it in, right?
It was easier in our timeline to just make those decisions. We had a week.
Yeah, but you just put everybody,
I
right?
can contribute to
Yeah, go
the
ahead, Member Paulton.
discussion. As being in the TIG, we didn't even consider that. I mean, I personally, I won't speak for everyone. I didn't consider that. I didn't even know that it was some units were not and some. When we said, "Oh, that's a leasehold," and we put it on the list, my thought process was the property was like kind of like how Member Batangan viewed leaseholds. So I didn't even consider that there might be only 2 units or little. Like when we said, "Oh, this property has leasehold," my assumption, which short timeline, quick plenty work, was that it was a leasehold property, not a leasehold unit. So then when I seen like, oh my goodness, they only had 2 units in leasehold, I was like, we're getting a little out of control. So that's, other people in the TIG can tell you what they thought, but that was my assumption when we said it was a leasehold property and so it should go on the list. My assumption was it was 100%.
Your assumption was that it was 100%. Is that what you just said?
That was her assumption.
Yeah.
Okay. And what was your assumption?
My assumption is I'm so overwhelmed with so much information. This is the easiest thing to make a decision and then provide it to you folks for continuous discussion.
So you put everything.
We put everything because at that time we really didn't have a breakdown per unit. We mainly thought about it in the idea of if somebody was to buy these units, it would be difficult. We didn't take into consideration the amount of units of leaseholds to units. Primarily, we were looking at ground lease.
Okay.
Yeah. And just as an FYI, Chair, there's not necessarily a material difference between 75% leasehold to what we're discussing or 100% leasehold to what is being discussed because majority of Tom's amendments look like they're also 100% leaseholds. And if we're going to keep that criteria, if that's the criteria, we're probably going to have to add Kahana regardless of its proximity to the ocean, because that is now our criteria. And then what that would be looking like is removing Kaanapali Royal, Ma'alea, Kai, Lauloa, Ma'alaya, Hale, Onoloa, and Honokai, but keeping Milowai, Ma'alea, Kahana Outrigger 1, 2, and 3, Mahina Beach Resort, Maui Sands 2 as listed on mine, Maui Sands 1 as listed on Member Cook's, Kahana Village, and Kanai Analu.
Okay, since you brought that up. So the list that I'm looking at, that you mentioned 5 properties?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for potential removal,
Yeah,
even at 75%.
okay.
But
Then I withdraw my motion then.
Okay.
Because I really wanted to include them all.
Okay.
Okay,
Is there a
thank you.
number, another number you would like to, do you want to amend your motion?
To include them all. Okay?
Okay. Okay, go ahead, Member Cook.
Thank you,
Oh, sorry,
Chair.
you had his hand up.
Just to clarify.
Yeah.
So
I think she's
the
withdrawing
motion
her
is
motion.
removed.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Because then she can just vote no.
Yeah.
Yes. Member Cook,
I have a question for planning.
go ahead.
This is a combination of planning and finance, but you folks are here. Timeshare, leasehold, A1, A2, H3, H4, and 120-unit building. And it has 10% of one, 15% of another, and a handful of permanent residents, and it's mostly short-term rentals. My understanding, and that's why I'm asking, if we change it to H3, H4, then the people who live there or want to live there and don't want to rent it out and don't want to pay timeshare taxes have the opportunity to be H3, H4, homeowner exemption, long-term, non-owner occupied long-term rental. So those opportunities exist in an H3, H4 rezoned property, correct?
Chair, if I could.
Please do.
So I'll have finance respond to the exemption categories, but that is our understanding that those would be available. But from the zoning district, it still allows the residential uses. So the people that currently occupy long-term rent, homeowner, they'd still be allowed to do those uses.
Thank you. One of my concerns is people get penalized and forced up the ladder. Currently, they're kind of forced up the ladder. Is that kind of correct? Like,
We'd have to defer that to finance.
does planning deal with timeshare, mixed-use timeshare properties at all?
Just in the regard of approving whether the use is allowable is my understanding.
And does planning deal with leasehold properties at all? Doesn't come into play. That's a finance consideration.
Correct. That's not us, correct.
Okay.
We have finance on right now.
Yes. Hi, Director Martin.
Hello. So basically, a leasehold property is just a long-term lease, right? They own for a period of time rather than, until they decide to sell it. So finance doesn't look at leasehold or not leasehold. We value property as though there is one owner. So, we will put the two owners on the property record, but generally speaking, in these lease agreements, the leasehold owner, the renter, agrees to pay the taxes for the fee owner, the lease fee owner, or the landlord. So just kind of giving that perspective. So when they're paying, the leasehold owners are usually paying taxes for both positions. But yes, everybody can apply for the home exemption or the long-term rental exemption. And because the leasehold owner has agreed to pay the property taxes for the lease fee owner, they are also entitled to the home exemption and the long-term rental exemption.
Okay, one more question for you, if I may. Does the value of the property vary over time depending upon the balance of the lease term?
Thank you. So, okay, when you say value of the property, for real property taxes, we
appraised,
value uniformly as if there's one owner. But yes, as the lease begins, a leasehold property really only has value if the lease rent is below market value. So, as the term of the lease gets shorter and shorter and shorter, the value of that unit becomes closer and closer to just what the rent is. So it would, in theory, decrease for the leasehold owner's position. And then, of course, the other position, the lease fee position, would probably increase because they are going to redeem the property sooner. But both positions together, as if one owner, would just follow typical market trends. And I know that's confusing.
No, thank you. It is a little wonky. You did a good job describing it. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And I see member, I'm sorry, Chair Lee has her hands up.
Thank you. I have a question for Deputy Lillis. So didn't the mayor's revised proposal include the Exhibit 2 from the TIG's recommendations?
The mayor did not transmit an H3, H4 proposal with the TIG's recommendations, no, Chair Lee.
Okay. He did a press release then. Oh, as far as we're concerned, he was in support of the TIG's recommendations.
The mayor's recommendation, or the mayor was in support of the TIG's finding that H3, H4 was appropriate to establish and transition certain units in.
Okay, all right. I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Sugimura. Oh, okay, Member Sanansi, sorry, I didn't see your name. Your hand up.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Just for context, so the proposal is to include 100% leaseholds onto this council-initiated.
It's to limit the proposed council-initiated rezoning to the Maui Planning Commission to only those that are 100% leasehold.
Oh, that's what we're sending. Okay.
That's what we're discussing right now. And then we're going to discuss timeshares and then the single unit ones too. But yeah, that's a discussion.
Okay, because my question is, wouldn't we want to not to have the 100% as Ms. Ness had explained, that it would be potential housing for people who can afford a leasehold?
Yeah, she kind of said that. Oh, she said it, in her experience through her land use trust, she didn't find it necessarily difficult to get a mortgage for her lease homes on her single family homes on properties held in affordable use in perpetuity.
Yeah, I do see more leasehold properties for sale on the MLS as well, and they're significantly cheaper. Sure.
Yes, it is difficult to mortgage, as we discussed in the TIG, for certain things, but yes.
Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you. Okay, so as a reminder, right now on the floor, we have a motion to amend Resolution 25-110 to only include the properties that are 100% leaseholds, which would then limit to Milowai Ma'alaya, Kahana Outrigger 123, Mahina Beach Resort, Maui Sands 2, Maui Sands 1, Kahana Village, and Kanaya I Kanalu.
Roll call.
roll call. I'm probably, just as FYI, I'm going to be supporting my resolution as I provided it, as just to send it down for discussion to MPC. But I am going to recommend that we remove Hale Onoloa, as we heard from testifiers, that they don't have any timeshares. I'm sorry. Yeah, thank you.
Shoot, I'm sorry. Chair, can you repeat what we're voting on right now? I'm so sorry.
You're probably going to want to support it. You were the seconder for the motion. It was the recommendation to limit the criteria, set the criteria rather, at 100% timeshare. Why do I keep saying timeshare? Leasehold units on leasehold properties.
Oh, okay. Did Shirley withdraw her 75%?
Yeah. Yes.
Yes.
Oh, okay. That's the part I missed. Thanks.
Okay.
She did, yes. Sorry, that was confusing. She did withdraw, and then so did Member Sugimura. Thank you. Let's do a roll call, please.
Chair Lee,
No?
Councilmember Sugimura,
No.
Councilmember Paulton,
Aye.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Rollins Fernandez,
Aye.
Councilmember Cook,
No currently.
Councilmember Sinensi,
Aye.
Committee Vice Chair Batongan,
No.
and Committee Chair Uu Hodgins.
No.
Chair, that's 4 ayes, 5 noes, motion fails.
Okay. Members, if we could do this section for 110, and then let's take a quick recess. But I would like to make a motion to remove Hale Onoloa from this list, as they said they no longer have timeshares, so let's make sure it's not arbitrary. Leasehold, holy moly, that's
Second.
only the third time.
Chair.
Second.
Oh,
Thank
sorry.
you.
I wasn't
I have a
seconding.
motion,
I had a
second.
question.
Okay, so that's a motion on the floor. Yes, Member Batongan.
So it was a representative from Hale Onoloa that said that they were no longer, they no
They have
longer had
zero
leaseholds?
leasehold properties.
Or it was a member unaffiliated with the property owners
We heard it in testimony.
from,
Somebody who owns over there. Yeah.
okay.
So
Thank you.
to ensure that our list is as least arbitrary as possible and as consistent as possible, then I'm gonna do
Okay.
that. Any more discussion? Do I need a roll call? If not, all in favor, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye.
Chair, you have 9 ayes, no noes, motion carries.
Thank you very much. That is removed. Member Cook, did you want to do your ASFs? Oh, actually, do you mind? Can we do Member Paulton's ASFs because she's on a plane?
No, that's fine.
Thank you. And she's about to take off. So Member Paulton, would you like to do your ASFs to include your changes to the single ownerships and the timeshare ones and variances?
Yes, please. I move to amend the motion as stated in my ASF.
Do I have a second? Member Cook is your second. I saw Member Sinensi second as well. Any further discussion? Member
Sure.
Batongan. Oh, sorry.
Go to the maker of
Member
the motion
Paulton.
first.
Sure, thank you. This is to add single ownership, a less arbitrary than 5 or less or too expensive. It's to add ones that are not Bill 9 affected, like variances, 100% timeshare, as we see some timeshare may do away with their timeshare scheme. And so we want to just make sure that, you know, it's still included to not give planning and Corp Council a big headache later on, and for clarity for planning as well as the public, as well as Corp Council.
Thank you very much. Member Batongan.
Thank you, Chair. Member Paulton, would you accept the friendly amendment? So to say that those made up of 100% timeshares as of December 15, 2025. And my rationale is twofold. One is that I want to protect the properties that are currently 100% timeshare, and then if any of them, if they drop down to like 99.9, for example.
Member Batongan, I think it was 1991 as stated by Mr. Post.
Oh, it has to be as of 91?
Yeah, as a timeshare plan.
Yeah.
Okay, because I wanted it to make, I guess I just wanted to make sure that nobody was converting to 100% timeshares.
Oh, yes.
As a result of our action today, and that there's protections
Yeah,
in place
I
for the
think it
property
was,
owners who were,
Non-conforming after 1991.
okay.
Can't
So
turn and
I would
park
like to
in
add
buildings.
that date to the ordinance itself.
Yes, I'd like to accept that. Thank you so much,
Okay.
Member Batangan.
Friendly amendment to include the date of timeshare planned. Any discussion? Do we need a roll call for this one?
Chair,
Yes.
apologies. If staff could ask if there's like a specific date known, we know the year 1991, but
I almost called you member Post because my brain is just not working today. Mr. Post, is there a specific date for timeshare language?
There is a specific date, but I'm looking for it right now. It is in 1991. It's actually stated in the code under the criteria within
We'll include
chapter
that.
19.37.
We'll just put that as a thought and we'll get the stuff down. Okay. Any roll call? Nahulu?
Director.
Okay. Oh, mic on, please.
Thank you.
Yep.
So the date itself, there is some nuance to that date. And it's been an ongoing discussion that I've been having with planning.
Oh, okay, fun.
So if you wanted to put something related to the date, it might be better at this point to leave it open-ended so we can go and verify some of the legality behind it as it's going through the process, because there's still some questions of both legality and interpretation.
Okay. We will get that.
Could we add like legally operating?
I think that would be fine, and then we could verify what exactly legally operating entailed between now and when Planning Commission reviews before it gets back to you folks.
Okay.
That being the case, can I just state for the record my intent for this?
Please do.
I just want to make sure that
We don't see any conversions to
the
timeshare?
timeshares, yeah, that nobody converts to timeshares as a result of our actions, and that timeshares legally operating now are not penalized in the future should that status change.
Okay. And then I saw that Director Takakura had her hand up as well. Ms. Takakura, did you have anything to add? Director Takakura.
Please locate the 2 exit communicator. Hi, sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to say the date was March 4th, 1991, but go ahead and listen to Corporation Council. Thank you.
Sounds good. We will take that into consideration. So right now we're voting on Member Paulton's ASF. All in favor? Please raise your hand and say aye. Aye.
Roll call, Chair.
Oh, roll call. Okay. Roll
and
call.
Chair.
Yes, please.
I'm looking at the code 19.37. It's May 3rd.
Okay, May 3rd. Okay. We will get that date narrowed down. But if we could please do a roll call. Thank you so much.
Chair Lee?
Aye.
Councilmember Sugimura?
Oh, your mic. Aye. She said aye.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Paulton?
Aye.
Councilmember Johnson?
No.
He said no. It was a little soft.
Councilmember Rollins Fernandez?
Aye.
Councilmember Cook?
Aye.
Councilmember Sinensi?
Aye.
Committee Vice Chair Batangan?
Aye.
Committee Chair Hodgins?
Aye.
Chair, that's 8 ayes, 1 no. Motion carries.
Okay. I know Member Rollins Fernandez has to leave soon, and Member Paulton is clearly going to leave soon, but let's do Member Cook's ASF. Oh, well, is that going to take a while? Okay. Let's go then. No, we just did her, and we did all of her ASFs.
We did all of them.
Yeah, we did. We just adopted her ASF. Yep. Member Cook, your ASF? Do I have a motion to amend the amended 2610 to include Member Cook's ASF? I have A first and a second by Member Sugimura. Member Cook, discussion.
Okay, I have all 4 properties are listed in Exhibit 1. Under my motion would include the bills as follows, but I'm going to make a change because Kahali Makai,
Yeah.
in my research to clarify, they had 13 timeshares, but it doesn't meet the criteria that we were discussing, so I want to omit that from my proposal.
We didn't discuss timeshares.
No, I'm just saying, I saw I have 3 leasehold properties that I would like to add.
Okay. We didn't, the motion to amend or to limit the criteria for 100 did not pass. So you can continue to go.
But when I look at the property, I didn't want to include it.
Okay, don't include
Because
it then.
it's a hybrid, it's a real chop suey.
Okay, do what you like, sir.
Okay.
What is then your amended? You would like to include Kahana Village, Maui Sands 1, and I keep butchering their name.
Yeah.
Kanai Analu.
Kahana Nalu, and my neighbor's going to tell me how to pronounce it in a minute.
I just
Kahana
butchered it, so
Village,
no judgment.
Maui Sands 1, and Maui Sands 2.
Okay. And I have a second by Member Sugimura. Discussion?
Chair, I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm asking for the ASF, because the one I have only has Kama'ole Sands, Luana Kai, and Mahina Surf.
Oh, I think that one is for 111, so his
Yeah,
ASF
that's
for 110.
This is for 210.
110.
Yeah, 26, 110.
Do you want mine?
Kahale Makai, Ka'ana
Okay.
Nalu,
Kanaia Nalu.
Kahana Village, Maui Sands 1, and adding Maui Sands 2,
Okay.
but omitting
Kahale
Kahale Makai.
Okay.
So my amendment would add 3 leasehold properties. The proposed bills attached to Resolution 26-110. These properties are noticed on Agenda's Exhibit 1. I move to amend 26-110 by adding 4 properties.
3.
I'm adding Maui Sands 2.
Oh, I think Maui Sands is already on my list.
Maui Sands 1, Maui Sands 2 is at 1 unit?
Maui Sands is on my list as exists. You are amending for Maui Sands 1.
Okay, cool. I moved by adding 3 properties to the proposed bills attached to resolution as shown in the attached markups. Ka'ana I Analu,
Kanaia Nalu.
Kahana Village, and Maui Sands 1. All 3 properties are listed on Exhibit 1, and under my motion would include in the bills as follows. Kana'i Nalu, 2.59 acre parcel located at 250 Haole Street, Ma'olaya, identified for real property tax purposes as tax map key 238014004. Community Plan Amendment Bill, Section 2, from multifamily to hotel. Change in zoning bill, Section 3, from A2 apartment district to H4 hotel district. Kahana Village, a 3.199 acre parcel located at 4531 Lower Honopi'ilani Road, Lahaina, identified for real property tax purposes as tax map key 243005029. Community Plan Amendment Bill, Section 5, from residential to resort hotel. Change in zoning bill, Section 2, from A1 apartment district to H3 hotel district. Maui Sands 1, a 1.154 acre parcel located at 3559 Lower Ho'opilani Road, Lahaina, identified for real property tax purposes as tax map key 244001052. Community Plan Amendment Bill, Section 5, residential to resort hotel. Change in zoning bill, Section 3, from A2 apartment district to H4 hotel district. These properties are considered properties with a mix of timeshare, transient vacation rental users, limiting timeshare. And timeshare transient vacation users and leasehold consistent with Resolution 26-110's purpose.
Member Cook, so these are either leasehold or timeshare properties?
Correct.
Okay. Any further discussion? You okay, Ellen? That was a bad cough. Okay. Member Rollins Fernandez. I know you got to go. I'm trying to make it quick.
Yeah, Member Cook, I think it was asked earlier if you had the properties formatted like this: total units, total timeshares, total leasehold. Did you have that?
I think that's what I was asking earlier.
Oh, that was you that was asking. Okay, I remember.
Yeah.
And then he said yes.
Yeah.
But I didn't see it.
Okay.
Mike.
I don't have it listed. I do have the information. And the reason I took off Kahale Makai, it had 13 timeshares, and it was a hybrid mixed use of long-term, short-term vacation rentals, kind of a chop suey. And although it had the 13
Okay.
timeshares
Can you
that
do the other ones
originally
then?
would have met the criteria
Okay.
that we discussed during the TIG, it isn't 100%.
Okay.
And
So for Maui Sands, do you know if, I guess.
it's
If you can just start from two.
Okay, so
Kanaia Nalu, total
I think it's
units.
100% timeshare, and so is Maui Sands is 100% timeshare.
Total number of units.
56 for Maui Sands. Kahana Village is 43, as he described earlier, and Kanai'analu is 80, did you say?
correct.
80.
Leasehold.
Leasehold. And I believe they're
And the other two are
100%
timeshare.
leasehold as well.
And the other two are timeshare. Kahana Village, Maui Sands.
No, leasehold.
They're leaseholds.
Both of them.
All three of them are leasehold.
Okay. And it's all 100% leasehold.
I didn't get a text for one of them, not Kahana Village, but Kanai'analu is 100%, and so is Maui Sands. But
Maui
we did,
Sands.
Yeah,
that didn't pass. But anyways, any further discussion?
those three would meet the criteria.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
Did you get a second?
Yeah, Member
Oh.
Sugimura, second. Go ahead, Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. And, while I appreciate my four colleagues, yourself, Chair, Member Cook, Member Polton, and Member Senensi, doing the work and meeting 8 times in the TIG, as you mentioned, it wasn't like super thorough. You had a limited amount of time, and there's a consistent refrain I'm hearing from my colleagues using the TIG as the rationale for moving a certain way or using it as a shield because this is what the TIG decided. Not all of us were on the TIG. We're here now. We're making decisions now. We're trying to take our time, but we're also being rushed. And so I wanted to add that context to the discussion for the public that are watching, because it wasn't infallible in its recommendations. It did what it could with the amount of time it had, with the amount of resources that they were, that they invited. And so I appreciate the work that was done, but will be making decisions on my own. Mahalo, Chair.
Absolutely, I appreciate that. Thank you. I'm going to do a roll call, and this is for Member Cook's ASFs and his amendments to include those 3 properties, Kanai'analu, Kahana Village, and Maui Sands 1, to the leasehold section criteria. Roll call, please.
Chair Lee,
Aye.
Councilmember Sugimura.
Okay,
Councilmember
Nicola.
Paulton.
Excused.
Councilmember Johnson.
No.
Was that no?
He said no. It's a little bit soft, but we know what you meant. We can hear you.
Councilmember Rollins Fernandez.
No.
Councilmember
That was
Cook.
not soft. Member Cook, your turn.
Aye.
Councilmember Senensi.
Aye.
Committee Vice Chair Batangan.
Aye.
Committee Chair U'u Hodgins.
Aye.
Chair, that's 6 ayes, 2 noes, 1 excused. Member Paulton, motion carries.
Thank you. And members, do we have any other proposed changes to this resolution 26-110? Seeing none, I'm now going to do a roll call vote to approve 26-110 as amended several times. What else do we need to do, James?
Chair, apologies, staff. Just wanted to flag if the committee wanted to consider some of the corrective amendments that planning suggested. I think that the two of them are to correct the Halama Street properties.
Yes.
To reflect their current community plan designation of single family.
Okay.
And then I think planning also suggested as a correction to change all of Milawai Ma'alaya instead of just a portion.
Okay, yes, we can do that. To amend the community plan designation for 14401444 and 1470 Halama Street to single family and change the zoning for the entirety of Milawai Ma'alaya to H4, and then include also Kahana's Outrigger's third property. So those are the amendments as well. But I will do a roll call. We'll do those, and then I guess we'll vote again. If you don't, yeah.
Chair, I'm sorry, was that a motion?
Yes, sorry, I move, thank you. Second by Member Sugimura. Those are planning department's recommendations. Do we need a roll call? Happy to do it, yes.
Since I'm not familiar with all those recommendations, what do you recommend?
I'm fine with that,
Okay.
yeah. Okay, happy to do a roll call. Roll call, please, for planning amendments.
Chair Lee,
Aye.
Councilmember Sugimura,
Aye.
Councilmember Paulton,
Excused.
Councilmember Johnson,
No.
Councilmember Rollins Fernandez,
No.
Councilmember Cook,
Aye.
Councilmember Sinensi,
Aye.
Committee Vice Chair Patangan,
Aye.
and Committee Chair Uu Hodgins.
Aye.
Chair, that's 6 ayes, 2 noes, 1 excused. Member Paulton, motion carries.
Thank you very much. And members, now we're going to vote on the amended 26-110. Roll call, please.
Motion, discussion on the main motion.
Go ahead.
Mahalo, Chair. Okay, so these properties include all the timeshares and single owners, which I'm not opposed to, but they're all together in one resolution.
And leaseholds.
And it includes the leaseholds. And so the leaseholds I am opposed to.
Okay.
Especially for the properties where the community plan designation did not envision transient vacation rental use in those areas, specifically the Ma'alaya area. As you know, we went over and now available on Granicus for everyone to review is the owner-occupied units that are that have been reduced since 2015, and so when we received the presentation of the analysis of our housing inventory and how over time we were losing housing because housing was being converted to vacation rental use. Our residential housing was going to tourist. And so even as we were trying to build housing for residents to live in, because a lot of the units that were also being lived in were being removed from our housing inventory, we were losing faster than we were building. The leasehold properties, because we're leasehold, were the more affordable units than the fee simple units. And that's why a lot of them had a higher percentage of owner occupied or tenants in them. And so the leasehold properties were the ones that would have a higher percentage rate of returning to our long-term housing inventory. And so we're not giving our residents the best shot at reclaiming housing. And yes, it's not going to be housing for everybody, but as we said consistently, we need all kinds of housing. And a lot of these housing units were like the 2-bedroom, 2-bath. And the 2 bedrooms were the highest in demand when conducting the survey to see what was the need. What were the highest need? And it was 2-bedroom, and these are the 2 bedrooms. And we're just gonna give them up to the tourism industry. And that's pretty disheartening. Mahalo Chair.
Thank you, Member Rollins-Fernandez. Any other discussion? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you,
Member
Chair.
Cook, followed by Charlie.
I'll be supporting this because these areas, besides the leasehold issue and the variable expense over time, they're older buildings, and I think that the tax revenue for this can help us build newer structures and get homes for our local residents. I concur, I want homes for our local residents. And these older buildings where they are, I'm familiar with them, and I think it's best to have them be H3, H4, and collect money from them. Thank you.
Thank you. Charlie.
Yeah, I agree with some of what Member Rollins-Fernandez said, but I think overall, as Member Cook said, the Ma'alaya condos and units are very old and have a high cost to them because of their age and the fact that they have problems with sewer disposal, which is very major, and the cost keeps going up. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to speak against the motion. A lot of things, this discussion's been ongoing, so I don't want to repeat myself, but I will say that, the TIG wasn't balanced. I wasn't in the TIG. I do feel it was a bit rushed because you had so much on your plate. So, of course, there's some things in the TIG that I disagree with, and I don't think it doesn't hit my mark because I wasn't there to discuss it. I also say that, before the fires, how many people in West Maui and Lahaina specifically were renters? 80% of Lahaina folks were renters. So they weren't the minority. They were the majority of our workforce. So this is just another slice of the pie that these folks aren't going to get. I feel like we're selling us out as policymakers. This is a sellout policy move. I think the idea that we had a chance and now the cake's getting smaller and smaller with these slices of pie taking out until we eventually get the crumbs. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Member Johnson. Okay, Member Rollins-Fernandez.
Mahalo Chair for my second and final.
Sure.
So for the Matalaya properties, taxpayers are paying for a lot of the wastewater, that infrastructure that we just approved twice in the past 2 budgets. And as was stated earlier in this meeting, number of units alone isn't what's going to generate revenue. If generating revenue is your goal, then you should be looking at the value of the unit, not just like numbers. Otherwise, if you're just going to take everything and we just continue to pay, I don't know how much we pay, a lot to subsidize single-family like residents, and the county keeps paying. It's just running on a hamster wheel. Mahalo Chair.
Of course, thank you. Any other discussion before roll call? Seeing none, roll call, please. And this is on Resolution 26-110 in its amended form. Roll call.
Chair Lee.
Aye.
Councilmember Sugimura. Councilmember Paulton.
Excused.
Councilmember Johnson.
No.
Heard you.
Councilmember Rollins-Fernandez.
No.
Councilmember Cook.
Aye.
Councilmember Sinensi.
Aye.
Committee Vice Chair Batangan.
Aye.
And Committee Chair Hodgins.
Aye.
Chair, that's 6 ayes, 2 noes, 1 excused. Member Paulton. Motion carries.
Thank you. Members, let's take a 5-minute recess, and then we'll continue discussion on 26-111. So let's come back at 3:29. Welcome back to the HLU meeting. It is 3:35 p.m. We just took a quick recess after we voted on Resolution 26-110, and now we're moving on to 26-111. Before we go into voting and I make a motion on the floor, does anybody else have any other discussion or questions related to Resolution 26-111? my recommendation is to pass. It's mine. Obviously, I support it. But if anybody else has any questions, I just want to make it clear in case it wasn't. These are the ones that, in my opinion, operate like a hotel. I'm not going to go into the discussion of what it looks like to quack like a hotel. A lot of these were suggested by the Planning Commission to not be Bill 9 affected. We didn't take that route, and we are taking this route. And that is my discussion. You'll notice it is Wailea Ekahi 1, Wailea Ekahi 2, Wailea Ekahi 3, Wailea Ekolu, the Palms at Wailea 1, Papakea, and the Maui Eldorado operate like a hotel. Maui Eldorado has community plan and hotel, and they all operate as hotel. Okay, so I have a motion to pass Resolution 26-111 by Chair Lee and a second by Member Sugimura. Discussion?
Do you have an amendment?
Member Cook, go ahead.
I have an amendment.
Okay.
Okay. My amendment would add 3 properties operating like hotels to the proposed bill attached to Resolution 26-111. These properties are noted on the agenda's Exhibit 1. I move to amend Resolution 21-111 by adding 3 properties: Kamaoli Sands, Luana Kai, and Mahina Surf.
I have a motion by Member Cook for his ASF to include 3 properties and a second by Member Sugimura. Member Cook, continue on your discussion.
All 3 of the properties are listed on the agenda's Exhibit 1, and under my motion would be included in the bills as follows. Kamaoli Sands, 15.21 acre parcel located at 2695 South Kihei Road, Kihei, identified for real property tax purposes as tax map key 239004004. Community Plan Amendment Bill, Section 2, from multifamily to hotel. Change in zoning bill, Section 3, from A2 apartment district to H4 hotel district. Luana Kai is a 3.97 acre parcel located at 940 South Kihei Road, Kihei, identified for real property tax purposes as tax map key 239001006. Community Plan Amendment Bill, Section 2, from multifamily to hotel. Change in zoning bill, Section 3, from A2 apartment district to H4 hotel district.
Thank you. I have a couple questions. So,
Wait.
no.
You didn't finish.
I got one more.
Oh, okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Mahina Surf is a 1.964 acre parcel located at 4057 Lower Honopi'ilani Road, Lahaina, identified for real property tax purposes as tax map key 243009005. Community Plan Amendment Bill, Section 3, from residential to resort hotel. Change in zoning bill, Section 2, from A1 apartment district to H3 hotel district. These properties operate like hotels consistent with the resolution's purpose.
Thank you. First, I would like to note that if you notice in the resolution, there are several properties, Wailea Ekahi 1, Wailea Ekahi 3, and Wailea Ekolu, as well as, and this is the first one, for Papakea, they say portion of. So there are parts of those properties are already zoned hotel, and we are just going to change the other portions that are not currently zoned as hotel to hotel. And then for Papakea and El Dorado, they do not need a community plan amendment as they're already listed under hotel for community plan. And so for Member Cook's ASF, for yours, to include yours, both Kamaole Sands and Luana Kai do not need a community plan amendment as they already are listed as hotel in community plans as it exists. I believe That's why you're adding it to section 3 for Kamole, Sands, and Luanakai?
Yes.
Yes, okay, I just want to say that for the record. And then Mahina Surf does need a community plan, though. Amendment, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Okay. Any other discussion? Okay. Shirley, did you have discussion? I see. your
No, I
mic
was
up.
ready to vote aye.
Oh, okay. Shane, Member Senensi, I see your hand. Sorry, I didn't mean to call you by your first name. Hi.
Mahalo, Chair. So you said Luanakai has already a hotel designation?
Luanakai, if we're putting it under section 3, under Papakea and El Dorado, that means it has a community plan designation as hotel. Same with Kama'ole Sands. And so it doesn't need the change in community plans, unlike Mahina Surf and Wailea Ekolu, Wailea Kahi 1, 2, 3, and the Palms at Wailea.
But it does have an apartment zone right now?
They do, yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you. Oh, they all need community plan amendments. Okay.
So Chair, for clarification, Luanakai Community Plan Amendment Bill, Section 2 from multifamily to hotel,
Okay. Okay.
and Kamole Sands, the same, Community Plan Amendment Bill,
Okay.
Section 2 from multifamily to hotel.
Okay, they all need community plan. Okay, that was kind of my question. I was wondering why they were put under that section.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for clarifying. So they all need community plan except, I think it's Papakea, Maui, El Dorado, but perhaps planning can clarify. Is it just El Dorado that has a community plan?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just El Dorado, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Only the El Dorado will not need a community plan amendment as they already have the community plan designation as hotel. Okay, and the rest will. Thank you. Member Senensi, we will take up yours afterwards. Member Johnson, I saw your hand up.
Thank you, Chair. I have a question for the department. When is the South Maui Community Plan coming up? What's the schedule like?
Thank you for the question, Member Johnson. We have been coordinating as the charter mandates with the Department of Owevi Resources and wanting to ensure their full review as they were established between the plan being finalized, and so that has caused a lot of delays, and so we are definitely grateful for the council's patience in processing it, but we do anticipate transmitting it to you folks before the end of the year. And sooner than that, we are more ideally targeting, I'm not trying to, our staff is working extremely hard on documenting the differences between Corp Council opinion, department opinion, OEV opinion, and so I'm super grateful for all of their efforts, and so sometime in August or September is what we're aiming for.
So the amendment for today is talking about we're changing the community plan for some of them, right? So how does this interact? We're going to change the community plan today if we vote on it. And then by, what'd you say, or what's going to happen to the community plan when we're going to be working on it in just a few more months? We're going to have to change it again? I see Director Takakura is on, I'm sorry.
Director, and then I have some thoughts to share as well.
Okay, thank you, Chair Hutchinson. Thank you for the question, Councilmember Johnson. We are aiming for July, maybe August. In terms of the timing of a community plan designation for a property in South Maui, we have some flexibility there because we can either put them, say you have a property that you want to redesignate to the resort hotel's community plan designation. We can kind of hold them there and then in the community plan process discuss it and approve it there. Or if you wanted to, you could certainly designate it to the existing designations and then redesignate when we get to the South Maui community plan, but that seems kind of cumbersome. I would prefer that we that's why we're trying to, I know I keep saying, we're going to transmit it soon, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be in the next couple of weeks, but the timing would be ideal if we could do the designations when we do that community plan update process. Thank you.
So Member
How long
Johnson.
have you guys?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Just to let you know, this is a recommendation to the Planning Commission, and then they have 120 days to review. So we're definitely not solidifying anything today. All of this is a recommendation to the Planning Commission. They
Sure.
will review, approve, and then we will discuss when we get it back.
So I'm just curious how long, Director, has the administration had the updates? How long have you had them? And when? And you say hopefully within a month or two we're going to get them. How long have you guys had them?
Thank you for the question. So regarding working with OEV Resources, that did take some time for coordinating because, they do have a lot on their plate, but I believe we have what we need from them. And so we're just organizing and preparing the matrix so that you can see where we started, with the draft plan, the advisory committee, the planning commission, and the department's recommendations to make sure that's all organized and clear, and then also OEV Resources. So we've had it from OEV Resources probably like maybe in the last month, and we're just coordinating to make sure everything's organized in the matrix that we transmit it with.
Okay, when did you guys get it from CPAC, the CPAC?
That was probably I want to say November. I will have to go back and look.
Okay, around November?
Let me see.
In November of last year, I'm assuming?
I'm double checking because they all get mixed up in my head.
Okay.
The CPAC draft, I believe it began in October 2022, concluded November 2023, and then we took it to the Planning Commission in 2024 to March 2025.
Okay. Wow. Sure is a long time. Thank you.
Well, with the
Thank you,
new
Chair.
part of the charter and the collaboration with OEV Resources that didn't even exist at the time, that did put some time, but that's our first time. We'll get better and more efficient as we get this sorted. Thank you. Sorry about the delays, though. I'm very sorry about that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Member Johnson. Good questions about the community plan. So Member Rollins-Fernandez just walked in. I'd let her know that we are talking about Member Cook's ASF to include Kamole Sands, Luanakai, and Mahina Surf. Does anybody else have any other questions about adding those three properties on to Resolution 26-111? Member Rollins-Fernandez, go ahead.
Okay, Mahalo, Chair. I'm sorry if I missed it, but these are the properties that are hotel-like?
Yes.
And what was the criteria you folks discussed, if I just missed it? Sorry.
No, it's okay. For mine, they have lobbies. They operate like a hotel. For Maui El Dorado,
Is that written somewhere? Are you following or just from memory?
just memory.
Oh, okay, so it's not written anywhere.
It's not written.
Okay.
And primarily, these are the ones that the Maui Planning Commission suggested we omit, at least mine, from Bill 9. Maui El Dorado has ILWU employees, and these are the ones that, yes, operate like hotels. Lobbies, centralized service systems. And Member Cook can answer for his.
Same question, Member Cook.
The properties research and presentation to me meeting with them as far as like the getting clarity. Luanakai is a good example. The property was developed and built with the intent for short-term vacation rentals, and use was operated like a hotel since construction completed in 1979. When I initially went and looked at the properties during the TIG, literally, there was a big van in front of the office door. I walked the property and looked at it. Didn't go back. They outreached to me. There's a letter from the developer from 1978 when they built it, and this sign has been there ever since from day one. So they have a front desk. They do laundry. It meets all the criteria, and that's from kind of the deep dive. Kamoli Sands property was developed and constructed and marketed as a condo hotel by Aston Resorts and Hotels in 1983. The property is operated like a hotel since its opening, provides transit accommodations with hotel-type services, experienced 24-hour registration desk, concierge services, maintained gardens, water features, recreation amenities, pool, spas, fitness center, tennis, pickleball courts, guest services, programming, educational presentations by Maui Ocean Center, weekly Hawaiian cultural entertainment, visitor information, employee staff to operate the front desk, housekeeping. So generally, meeting the criteria as operating as a hotel. Mahina Surf has 56 units, 53 of them are TVRs. 2 units are used by the owner as vacation property. 1 unit for the AOAO resident manager. The property is operated like a hotel since it was built, and copy of the 1971 brochure displays the property as marketed as property as a hotel since. Majority of the property's rental pool is managed by Vacus. 53 units operated as TVRs. Approximately 11 of these units independently rent. Property has a front desk that operates 7 days a week. Property was not discussed by the TIG because it was noted to have a variance. On a previous planning department properties allowed to be used for short-term occupancy lists, the property was noted to have a variance that allowed the short-term rentals. So that's for the 3 properties.
Yeah, I think to your ASF, he provided some photos. Any other questions? Or unless did that satisfy your questions, Member Rollins Fernandez?
Mahalo, Chair. A little, well, because, okay, so like a resident manager, there's resident managers in apartment. You know, we have, when we do affordable housing, sometimes there's a resident manager there. So a resident manager, I don't think is a feature that is distinct to hotel. So I wouldn't include that because I don't think that separates one property from another. So I would scratch that off the criteria because I don't think that is a distinctive feature.
That's my explanation, and that's what I'm presenting. So, and I understand what you're saying, and I'm just, basically, I feel confident that these 3 warrant to be considered for the bill, to added to it, and so that's what I'm doing.
Mahalo for the information, because that is what I asked for. But it's our responsibility together to separate what these properties, the features of these properties from other properties. We have to justify why this list of properties and why not other properties. And to, for the criteria, for one of the criteria to be resident manager, I don't think that makes, again, it distinct from even residential properties. So I wouldn't include that as a feature that makes it hotel-like.
For sure. I think he was just providing a description, but I think
Totally.
I think the features for hotel-like, I know it's a little bit more nuanced because we're dealing with transient properties, but they have property services that's provided throughout the entire property, front desk, laundry service, and something that kind of, I want to say like overall kind of works together instead of more individual units operating on their own. Like a lot of at least on my my ASF, I'm sorry, I don't have an ASF, on my reso, it does.
Well, one of the things you said was like towel service.
Yes, towel service,
And like,
laundry
I mean, I would love
service.
towel service at my house, but you know, like
So my kids have towel service, I don't have that.
So do my children. I don't. But that kind of makes it distinct, you know, from other individually owned, which is what I think you're alluding to, centralized services.
Thank you, yes, that's what I'm looking
24-hour lobbies and front desk. You know, like I think those are more hotel-like features to distinguish some properties from others.
Yes.
So I agree on those, on the union employees, on employees more than a resident manager, for sure. So like those are like, I believe like criteria that kind of separates some of these properties from other properties, why the other properties wouldn't make this list.
Sure, from the other properties that we are not discussing.
Right, and then I think Member Cook also included like laundry, but I don't know if the laundry is like the towel service.
Like linen, I think, like bedding.
I would, what I hear you describing is more like H1, H2, Hyatt, and the big hotels. For someone coming and having laundry service, basically having washer and dryer available, you can ask somebody to do it, but they're not going to deliver towels to you. People are renting them by the week or 2 weeks with a family. So
In Luanakai, they show the laundry service.
Correct.
Yeah.
And I'm just saying the definition of laundry, and I just kind of to clarify, the definition to me of a laundry service is not necessarily the high bar where you can call and ask for towels in your room and have 24-hour room service. Definition of a hotel is that basically has the structure and the functionality of being able to check in and be at a hotel type environment. So anyway, I don't want to get in the nuances,
And they're
but
historically
I feel that
hotel
H1 and
use.
H2, that was a description of a very different, higher level hotel.
Well, that's what we're rezoned, they're being upzoned to hotel. So this list is the hotel-like list.
Yes.
And so,
And it is hotel-like.
right. So how is it more hotel-like than TVR or apartment where people could just live there and do their own laundry? Because if there's like washer and dryer on site, that's not the kind of laundry service that I'm talking about.
Well, I think the units also have washer and dryers.
Yeah, I think that's making more my point. Because I don't go on vacation and like do my laundry, you know.
So anyway, thank you for that's my resolution, and I'm asking for member support.
That's your ASF, yes. So even in reviewing some of the documents, some of these proposed properties in 2611 were originally constructed as hotel use when it was an allowable use in the apartment district. So we've reviewed some of the historic properties documents, and that was our criteria as well. And they continued to operate like in a hotel where they have a front desk, they have on-site laundry service, they have ILWU employees, and they have like even just like a full landscape team as well, not just the individual units as they operate on its own. Any other questions? Member Johnson.
Sure, I was wondering why you didn't put this on your reso, or maybe the TIG had anything to say about this, because didn't one of the testifiers come and say that this one in particular, Lauren and Kai, had a pet policy, right? And it even talked about chickens, no livestock. I mean, that's pretty. I don't think tourists are bringing their chickens on vacation. But how come this one didn't make your list, Chair?
I want to say for Luanakai, again, it was a very condensed conversation. We didn't have too much information, but then when Member Cook continued his research after the TIG, and he can speak for himself because we did have a quick talk. It was originally planned to have some vacation rentals, as you can see in the sign. For Mahina Surf, we had assumed they had a variant, so we didn't talk about that one. We didn't think it was necessary because, again, it had a variance. And then for Kamaole Sands, I don't remember that particular topic, except what I do remember is that there are so many properties with ending in sands, it was just getting convoluted. But in what really did help right now, though, is if you look at Member Cook's ASF, he does provide some of the information about the property and where it shows the lobby, which is what we discussed a little bit in the TIG. What feels more like a hotel than rather just like an individually owned unit. When they have a centralized lobby, they have more resort experiences, and that's what you see in Kahana Sands. But that's what I can remember that we discussed a few months ago at this point. Yes, Member Cook.
So for the members' benefit, I'll read a letter from David C. Maddock, President.
Can you summarize the letter and not
Yeah.
read it verbatim, please?
In 1978, David Maddock, currently president, they built it in 1978, and his letter basically is stating the primary purpose of development was to design and build apartments in Lawanakai for use by owners of short-term vacation rentals and not as long-term residential or worker housing. The documents submitted to the state of Hawaii and the county of Maui complied with the then regulations required for the development of the properties and the use. And the sign out front is the original sign for vacation rentals, and it has the lobby. It looks like, acts like, and works like my interpretation of a hotel. I've visited the property a few times. I've checked it out, and I feel firmly that this should have been put in the TIG. I didn't put it in the TIG originally, and I'm correcting that.
Yeah, I read that letter. Thank you for that, Councilmember Cook. When you were visiting, did anybody live in there long term? Did you notice anybody living there long term in those units?
I inquired. There are owners who are there who don't rent it out. They're Canadians.
Yeah,
they stay there as long as they can, as much as they can. And I believe there are some people who, like three owners, I can't quote exactly, who own it and live there, elderly people.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Of course. Thank you, Member Johnson. Any other questions? Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair.
Of course.
So the 1978 Real Estate Commission allowed for, like Member Johnson is saying, allowed pets besides livestock and rabbits. And I understand the sign that you showed us, and I don't dispute that there was vacation rentals. In order to be considered today, they had to have had vacation rentals. So, but the sign doesn't say 100% vacation rentals and only vacation rentals. You know, the intention was for a mixed use. So there could have been vacation rentals from the very beginning, but also tenants, owner occupied, and mixed use. So I don't think showing the sign that says that there's vacation rentals there is as compelling as you think it is, because no one disputes that there's vacation rentals. In order to be on the Minatoya list, you had to have had vacation rentals. And I think it should matter that there were, those units were used for residential use. Tourists wouldn't bring pets on vacation. Well, maybe like their like emotional support dog or whatever. But, you know, if it's like to the extent of livestock and rabbits, but all other pets are allowed, I think that's pretty telling that there was a lot more residential use of that property. So I would be opposed to including it.
Do you want to, okay, I heard you.
And wait, did you say that the lobby was 24 hours? Like that there's,
There are people
front
available
desk.
24 hours. The lobby's available.
I mean,
Anyway,
there's people available at
Chair,
my house.
call for the
24
vote.
hours.
Yep, we can do a roll call. I just want to make sure we've exhausted our questions, and we can do a roll call. So we're going to do Member
Chair,
Cox, SF. Yeah.
I hear my colleagues, and I hear you're frustrated and annoyed, and so am I, okay? You don't need to shut down discussion. I'm still in discussion. Because it's our responsibility, Member Sugimura, to ensure that the criteria that we're using is fair. I know you don't care, but it's our responsibility to care. Mahalo, Chair.
Of course.
I know you care, Member Cook.
Yep. I know we're just trying to narrow down the criteria in hotel use. So in my case, again, to reiterate, it was lobby. It was originally permitted as hotel. There's uniform staff, linen service. I understand you disagree with Member Cook's suggestion. Oh, I
What you
didn't
just
include-
listed, I agree with. Those are the ones that I actually agree with.
Yep.
And so I was asking if the lobby was 24 hours, and then Chair Lee said shut down discussion and call for the vote. So I didn't really get my answer.
Okay. I'm not too sure. I couldn't answer for Member Cook's one. But okay. Does anybody else have any more questions as it relates to Member Cook's ASF? And again, those are going to include the inclusion of 3 properties, which is Kamole Sands, Luanakai, and Mahina Surf to Resolution 26-111. Further discussion? If not, I'm going to do a roll call.
Roll call.
Roll call, please.
Chair Lee,
Aye.
Councilmember Sugimura,
Aye.
Councilmember Paulton,
Oh, excused.
Councilmember Johnson,
No.
Councilmember Rollins Fernandez,
Absolutely not.
Councilmember Cook,
Aye.
Councilmember Sinensi,
Aye.
Committee Vice Chair Patongan,
Aye.
and Committee Chair U'u Hodgins.
Aye.
Chair, that's 6 ayes, 2 noes, 1 excused. Member Paulton. Motion carries.
Thank you. And then we're going to move on to Member Senensi's ASF. Would you like to make a motion, Member Senensi?
Mahalo, Chair. Move to amend Resolution 26-111 by adding Hanakai Maui, located at 4865 Uakea Road in Hana.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion made by Member Senensi and I have a second by Chair Lee to include Hanakai in Resolution 26-111. Discussion, Member Senensi.
Mahalo, Chair. This 0.9 acre parcel tax map key parent 21-4-005:040. This ASF changes the Reso's title to include the Hana Community Plan area. Also, Section 1 amending to add Hana Community Plan area. In Section 3 from multifamily to hotel. A new Section 6 amending the Hana Community Plan's hotel designation to recognize the H3, H4 zoning restrictions, and various other sections renumbering accordingly.
Thank you. Oh, sorry. Please continue.
Just to continue, the Hanakai Maui operates like a hotel, as we've been discussing. It's consistent with this resolution's purpose. The property has an on-site manager, front desk, housekeeping services, groundkeeping services, and linen services. I think during for the members' discussion during the early discussions of the TIG, we talked about those community plan areas outside the South Maui and West Maui areas, like rural Hana. For Hana, we don't have all of the different hotels. We have one boutique hotel that probably starts at $600 a night. And so the Hanakai Resort provides not just for the visitors from the mainland, but also for our residents that come from all over the island to attend all of our community festivals, our canoe races. So it does provide for not just for tourists, but also for Hawaii residents, Chair.
Thank you, Member Senensi. Any further discussion? Oh, Member Johnson, see you.
Thank you, Chair. You know, this is kind of, sort of, I think we should have done it this way, where we had like council initiated change of zoning, and we could come one at a time, discuss it. I've never visited the property that Councilmember Senenchi's mentioned. I don't know it, so I can't support it, but I do think having one at a time would have been better. So I just wanted to add that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Just to make it clear, yep, his ASF was one at a time, but it's adding on to Resolution 26-11. So now it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
My apologies, Chair. The manager has just sent in some additional documents about the property, as well as, I believe, some photos so that we can send to the Planning Commission for their review. Sure.
Okay. Thank you very much. Any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Chair Lee.
Aye.
Councilmember Sugimura.
Aye.
Councilmember Paulton.
Excused.
Councilmember Johnson.
No.
Councilmember Rollins Fernandez.
No.
Councilmember Cook.
Aye.
Councilmember Senensi.
Aye.
Committee Vice Chair Batangan.
Aye.
And Committee Chair Uhuhajens.
Aye.
Chair, that's 6 ayes, 2 noes, 1 excused. Member Paulton, motion carries.
Thank you very much. Those are the only ASFs we had for this resolution. So before I call for the final vote on Resolution 26-111 as amended, if anybody has any final thoughts they'd like to share, it is now your time. If not, I will do a roll call. But if you do have any discussion, please raise your hand. Okay, I'm going to go this way. Oh, I'm sorry. Member Sugimura.
Yeah, I just want to thank you, Chair, for going through the resolutions that we have today. I'm going to be supporting Resolution 26-111. You're taking us down a path that I appreciate for our economic, for our budget, for everything that we work so hard for our employees and their the projects that go through our budget process. But this is part of what funds all the projects and the employees that we hire. So it's an important step that you're taking us through to try to correct probably what Bill 9 would have destroyed. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair.
Of course.
As I go through these properties, and we talk about the residents that were there and then were pushed out and then priced out and then are then not given a voice because they no longer live there because they were pushed out. It has, oh man, it's reminiscent of what happened in 1959. And it's like, it's such an overthrow, you know, like colonization, like all over again. Continuation, it never ended. And in 1959, you know, only property owners could vote, and Kanaka a lot of times were not property owners, so they didn't have the right to vote, and yeah, it's painful going through all of this again and again and again. I'll be voting no I stated my reasons again on Luanakai. I think that should be removed. I do have a question for, I think maybe our legislative attorney.
Sure.
Ms. Nakata.
Go ahead.
Ms. Nakata, when these lists get transmitted to the Planning Commission, these are only 2 resolutions. And so the recommendation will be to approve or deny. Do the planning commissioners have the ability to go through each individual property and to make a recommendation on each individual property?
Chair, I would think it would be like other legislation that the council initiates and requests planning commission review on, where they'd be able to go through and make recommendations on any portion of the bills attached to the resolutions.
Mahalo, Ms. Nakata. And so if, for example, Luanakai does not get a recommendation for inclusion, would we need 6 votes to then include it for an upzoning?
Yes.
I believe in the past, and Deputy Corporation Counsel can correct me if I'm wrong, whenever the council has determined it would not want to accept any portion of the Planning Commission's recommendations, then it's required a vote of at least 2/3.
Yep. Mahalo, Ms. Nakata. Yeah. Mahalo for that clarification. I'm happy the public also has that clarity and information as well. I'll be voting no on all of it. Mahalo, Chair.
Do you want me to send down the minutes to Planning Commission and then they can read what you had to say today? Which we do anyway, but.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's
usually
part
we
of the
provide them,
transmittal.
well, we've done the minutes before, I think when we did something else, but usually we just kind of send down the TIG report, but, I'm sorry, the committee report. TIG is on my mind, clearly, but we can do that.
TIGs and timeshares.
TIGs, timeshares, leaseholds, I am just, it's just circulating everything up there. But you bring up a good point. I was going to say for my discussion, this is just to send down to the Planning Commission. They have 120 days and it's gonna come back to us and we will continue to discuss. So this is only for a recommendation to the Planning Commission. And with that, let's do a roll call. And so this is on Bill 26-111 as amended. Oh, I'm
Chair.
sorry, Member Cook, I didn't mean to take away your opportunity. Go ahead. And then I saw Member Johnson raise his hand as well.
Thank you, Chair.
Go ahead, please.
For the record and my colleagues' perspective, I hear goals and ambitions and hopes of what could happen, sharing some of the things that have happened in the last 6 months, from Maui multiple listing service from December 2nd to recently, in 1st of June. There's been a total of 298 sales from the Miyatoya properties. 183 of them were cash sales, 115 of them were conventional financing, and 90% of them were off-island international or mainland purchasers. My concern during this process is that some of these properties won't end up being local resident housing. We won't have the opportunity to it's not all about the money, but the cash generated potentially to basically be able to subsidize and build, whether it be buying property and building homes for local residents. That's the goal and the objective. So I'm just sharing that what's happening versus what is perceived and hoped to happen is a different story. And we're creating an opportunity for people to come and buy cash at a lower rate, pay lower taxes, not have local residents, and I'm sad for that, and I'm just concerned. I just want to share that with my colleagues, because I think we agree on so many different things, and it's just these details. So thank you for enabling me to offer that. I have it if anybody wants to look at it too, for your reference. Thank you, Chair. I'm ready to vote.
Thank you. Before we vote, though, Member Johnson, for your opportunity, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Chair. Well, Councilmember Cook, you're right. We don't see eye to eye on some things, but some things we do see eye to eye on. And I would wish this administration would be one of those cash buyers that you speak of. Where's our Department of Housing? They should be out buying some of these units. And then you don't have to worry about all that money that we're putting aside for affordable housing. I mean, there's the answer. Use some of that money and buy some of those units that are taking up cash offers. Okay. For my discussion on this,
yes,
I think that zoning changes are policy changes, and we are policy makers. So this makes sense to me to look at some of the policy, some of the changes of our zoning. So I think we should change some of our policy, and I think that comes off of what Chair Lee was mentioning, how I feel that we should catch up with the times. And right now the times aren't asking for more short-term rentals. They're asking for housing, for apartments. Just like what was mentioned earlier, the highest need is 2 bedrooms. And who was renters in Lahaina? But 80% of the people in Lahaina were renters. They would have loved some of those 2-bedroom units. I don't support going this breakneck speed that we're at right now. I prefer more of a slower pace. Again, the amendment that Councilmember Sinensi brought forward, I would have loved to take a look at that property. So I guess the big picture, if I take a step back, I think of what Richard Pryor said. I like Richard Pryor. One of the things he said was, they asked him what the problem with this country is, and he wasn't an ism, it wasn't a political party. He just narrowed it down to greedy people. And I tell you, this bill and this process that we've been hearing, the testifiers we've been hearing, that Richard Pryor voice is in my ears, because he really was just saying, if we weren't so greedy, we could move forward in this country. Tupac Shakur said, "Why do so many people have so little and so few have so much?" I live on the island of Lanai. I know that story, right? So those are my 2 quotes today, members. But I do feel that I can't support this. And I really think if we were sincere about this housing crisis, we would be one of those cash buyers. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I appreciate your quotes. I love Tupac. I also like Richard Pryor, but I love Tupac. Anybody else have any thoughts before we take a roll call? Seeing none. Okay, go ahead, Member Rollins-Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair, for my second and final. No,
it's the
those were
second
on
and final.
amendments.
Yes,
this is
go
the main
ahead.
motion that's amended multiple times. Yeah, I agree with Member Johnson. Agreed is just disgusting. I know that my certain colleagues are just like revenue hungry, and it's just like, when is enough? And it's never enough. And it's like selling out our people. I mean, it's great if we get revenue, if it's actually improving the quality of life for our residents, but no, we're pushing them out and they have to leave and they have to divide up their family, and it's heartbreaking. The stats that Member Cook provided is in this last 6 months. In the last 6 months, and those are under very specific conditions, with an ongoing lawsuit, with uncertainty of upzoning, the cooling of tourism, whatever. And I know Member Cook mentioned like low property taxes, and we are in charge of property taxes, so it doesn't have to be so low, which is what I advocate for every budget session, for making it an appropriate amount for vacant units so that our residents are paying just a fair share, and the ones that are left vacant are paying a much higher price. It also then opens up water if it ends up being vacant, which allows us to build housing for our residents. Because if it's continuing to being used for tourism, then they use significantly more amount of water. So it's all of that. It's not just some of it, but mahalo, Chair.
Of course. Thank you very much. Roll call, please.
Chair Lee,
Aye.
Councilmember Sugimura,
Aye.
Councilmember Paulton,
Excused.
Councilmember Johnson,
No.
Councilmember Rollins Fernandez,
No.
Councilmember Cook,
Aye.
Councilmember Sinanci,
Aye.
Committee Vice Chair Batangon,
Aye.
and Committee Chair Hodgins.
Aye.
Chair, that's 6 ayes, 2 noes, 1 excused. Member Paulton, motion carries.
Thank you. Thank you, members. Thank you for being with me and us all day long. It's been a long couple of days we've been having this discussion, so I appreciate everyone's patience. I know this is not the easiest subject to discuss, and I know we all have different opinions of how this should go. But anyways, it is 4:26 p.m. and this concludes our HLU meeting. This meeting is adjourned.